Kappa.
Yes.
Yes. Swinging into place.
Yeah. You're gonna have to show me how to get places.
What are you doing?
Okay. Okay, oh, it's out here. Okay, never mind. I do know this part at least.
Oh yeah, no, Hill's out here. Hill's way down here.
Yeah, I've been out this way like once. It's just, you know, I've never actually gone and come here where like people would like let me do anything. Yeah!
I just find 3 dead UN at the bottom of the hill. No one forgot to tell them don't.
My fucking knees!
Don't go left. Whatever you do, don't go left.
Ah!
We went left.
But this should only go left.
Okay. How far down are we going?
How far do we want to go? I mean, this is technically the bottom of the hill. This is a further hill.
How far do you want to go?
Don't tell me that's your fucking voice for that
Don't
character,
you like that? You
please.
gotta buy me a drink.
No. Could you? Hi, I'd like to get a little coffee.
Now you see why I wear the hazmat suit? I gotta keep away from this. The air is infecting them somehow. I don't know what's going on here.
I mean, I don't know what you're going to want to tell me
I
about.
feel
Eh?
a little
Well, you can keep on being
special,
as if you
don't
want.
you? I really like sniffing
I need your
here.
bag up. I need your bag. I can smell your breath through this suit. Holy shit, you're talking. Oh. What have you been?
If you could probably smell it through the, if you could smell it through the mask, it probably means you didn't replace the filters.
Ah, shit. You know, I probably should have ordered for those.
Alright.
What are you talking about, those?
Alright.
You know what, my mom
Can you
always
hear the
told
bell?
me.
And now we just stand here and
You
wait
gotta
for the bell.
You
and
gotta
then,
wait for the bell.
and then we just slowly walk up and be like, for
Holy
heaven's sake, thank you, mother.
I had to turn my music on and deafen myself immediately because hold my eardrums.
Ah, did you accidentally have it on like max volume?
Suddenly this.
Hey, Lamau.
Now imagine doing that. You gotta be half dumb.
Wait, do they have like
Well, it's better
headphones
than
inside of
Miko
those
on them.
suits or something? No, if they told me that, I would have probably worn one myself.
Look, all I know is that they had very limited suits and I had to travel that thing back and forth all freaking day. I don't know what you're talking about. You go back there once a month and I have to go through every freaking daycare in boxes. See? Even
Always
got
hear that. Even got a green.
It got a little timekeeping piece thing in there. That's pretty cool. Alright, well done here for the morning. It's super late. I wanna go back. I wanna get myself back home. Gotta get the island.
You want to chill back home? You know what I can go for? I can go for a good cannoli. A nice cannoli.
We can take
You
a
have
little.
them, Deville?
Cannoli?
I mean, we can take a little swing by Italy on the way there. I mean, just a round trip or something.
I just
They don't have
wouldn't
cannoli.
mind picking up a coffee before we head out. Cause otherwise, I'm
I mean,
gonna
like,
fall
yeah, they're
asleep
probably gonna have
before
like
we
a
even
coffee
get there.
machine or something like that.
I
Talking
won't fall
about.
asleep in the portal. I think someone tried to fall asleep in the portal and they ended up changed.
What do you mean by change?
Sure
I
you
mean,
just
there are
weren't
several
touching
things.
ahead in the first place.
That too. He didn't really have
I'm
high
sure that
sight
was-
bells when they brought him.
Was that Billy? Was Billy saying that? Billy likes to pull
You know
pranks.
what's there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we don't talk about Billy.
He's totally bullshitting you, Bob.
We don't really talk about Billy.
I mean,
Oh, Jolene, that's somebody that's a real piece of work. I tell you what.
oh, Jolene, I can look at Jolene all day. Don't look at that. What?
Don't you have a wife on the other side of?
In that one
You have a wife on the other side of Portal. Think about that.
Hey. We're dimensions apart at this point. You know, this in a sense could be a parallel universe. You don't know about that. Maybe I'm not made in this universe.
I'm pretty sure we don't.
You're from the other universe. You can't just say that about your wife.
We have a way back. It's not like you just live here on the other side of the portal. That's like there's still an open door.
Never know. One day
Are you expecting to get stuck here or something?
Look, you never know. One day I put on my clothes, you never know, and I want to have a head start on this side.
Oh my lord.
Okay, well, like, okay then. Theoretically, if you were stuck on this side, who do you think you'd be with? Just curious.
Jolene is not, but she is sometimes dumber than bricks.
Well, yes, not counting Jolene is off the table. Do not even think about her.
What about some of the folks in the other town, in that?
Yeah, I'm talking about like, you know, people that you can't find back home. Not like, you know, the.
Oh, you're talking about back here?
Yeah.
Hey.
I'll tell you what, there's a nice place I worked at that German. I'm not sure if you've ever seen her by now. It's called by the name of Miko. Ooh, that girl.
I don't know. I mean, she looks like the kind of person who would probably like stab you if you said something wrong to her.
No. Did we search every
I like
room?
her.
She got that look about her.
I don't know about it.
Does she have like slitted eyes or something? I can't tell.
Right. So how long until the next shift gets here? So I wanna get myself back home.
Yeah.
About looking at 5 minutes. We got time to get a cup of coffee. You want to grab?
Okay,
I don't
sure.
think you can take coffee through the portal.
Well,
You
if
think we can't take liquid through the portal? You know?
well, you can take liquid for the portal as long as it's inside of you first. Just don't be carrying it through. You don't know what kind of contaminants you get from dimensional travel.
Are you thinking that your bladder's just gonna get emptied as you travel through the portal?
No, I'm not wondering if I could take an extra large cup of coffee with me through the portal, or we're gonna, you know, zip it zap and blow up in my face or something.
Well, you don't know that that'll just like get fused with your atoms or something. That'd be just kind of really gruesome, don't you think? You'd be like part coffee or something.
Maybe I'll
We
be
got like a
dead,
dating
though.
coach or
Hang on.
something?
You might have looked. No,
No.
I just got busy out in the
Oh,
field.
don't worry about it.
No, he
That's
just-
what he uses.
He's just comfortable in that. He doesn't like taking off. He says it takes too much time. Right?
Oh,
Yeah, you imagine how hard it is to get in and out of this suit?
He's paranoid, is what he is.
All right. Well, we're blocking the door. Go through.
You can breathe the contaminated
You're blocking the door. Going through.
Ah.
Morning.
He's right, the air is full of carcinogens. We all have super cancer.
Ah, finally, the sweet release of death.
Did you understand?
Who wants to live forever?
Exactly.
I do.
So wait, you caused the gas leak?
Don't worry about it. It's just it's an Irish thing. You won't understand. Right.
We have a straw around here.
Wait, how do you even drink that through the mask?
Oh, yeah. You're looking for a straw.
Goes through a filter.
That must be why that your freaking mask be smelling funky. You're damaging it.
Yeah, you probably got
supposed to do
coffee
that.
soaked into the filter.
Yeah, well, you
You
know what?
eat
It's
twit?
better than me just, you know, taking off my mask, breathing this air, and dying. Look, when I live 20 years longer than all of you, I'm just gonna say I told you so.
Not really. I mean, as things
Well, I'm not the one who locks myself in the suit.
go and
Up
keep
there.
asking people questions, although that's been, you know.
What do you do when you run out of air in the tank?
results. I told you about how I spoke
I
with that,
blow it back up.
I forget
You
what?
what?
You fill that tank up with your own goddamn breath.
Showed him a
Look,
picture.
I touch my own breath more than I touch
That's not how that works, you idiot.
Oh my lord.
You eat gat?
That is CO2. You do not breathe out oxygen. You cannot fill up your tank with your own breath.
I did it, and I'm still breathing.
Have you been doing that this whole time?
Maybe.
This is why you keep getting sent back every single. You don't get a longer break.
All I know is I have to go get boxes, because speaking all the orders. Oh, look who it is. It's Martina.
No, everyone make their
Those
own.
forms due.
I know
So I have to go pick up your luggage.
I've done it 2 days in a
Yeah,
row.
from the
I'm
other
not doing
kid.
it again.
Fucking
I don't
yeah,
want to
you
pick up
think
your
I'm...
forms half the time.
Yeah, after I fucking already take him over half the fucking distance.
$10 on Martinez.
Okay, well, hey, look at it this way. If he's here, then that means that you can go there.
Martinez.
Simple as that.
Good. I get to go.
It means you can go get your fucking cannoli. Impatient
Yeah, you
twit.
get
You guys freak out.
Hang on for a moment.
Hey, you
There.
smudging it. Come
That'll make it a
on.
little more fair. Now we can see.
Oh wait. Oh no, you're getting like steam in there. Is your seal on right? Hold on a second.
No, but...
There you go. There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Trying to kill me? What are you? What are you besides small and fit? You got
I know you're not
Dr.
swearing
Koval.
up to our lead medical officer right in front of the NCO. You know that's a bad look.
Besides, you were getting, steam in there. I don't think the seal was on right. Might not want to have that, doing that when you're.
I mean, it'd probably help if you had both filters on. Where'd you lose the other canister at?
Probably also
missing
help.
one.
Look, I tripped and I fell.
That's where he
and I
drinks
lost.
his coffee
But I was
through.
like,
He
I still
puts a
had
straw
one.
through there.
You left it out in the
I've
forest!
seen that. Hold on, it's got like the little swirl in it, just.
Yeah.
Lost it. The filter was active. That probably
Got the
means
bendy
it's
straw.
contaminated, right?
Well, now you really need to get home. You
shit, I got no-
get looked at.
I'm anyway, I don't get the doctor. Excuse me. I ain't get the doctor. I need. Excuse me.
In the house.
We have a
Hi.
doctor right here. We got a doctor right here. Hey, Koval.
The doctor tried to kill me.
Oh. Breathing the air isn't going to
my
cause you
lord.
problems.
We've been here this entire time and we're not horribly sick.
He's got that hippocampus oath or something.
Let him just live with his paranoia. Makes him feel better about himself.
Alright.
Also makes a good conversation.
You don't know what the air does to you. I'm being cautious.
Yeah, and also,
He might
you
be
also,
onto something.
you also probably get yourself high by rebreathing your own breath.
He's just gonna point and laugh.
I mean, what about you? Is the radiation getting to you?
Oh, hello.
Excuse me. Like, how's that going?
Pardon me, sir. Excuse me.
One of these days, we should get them like the motorized chair. It'd be a lot easier for him to get around. We should put in a request for that back home.
One thing about a fucking boulder, I swear to God.
All right.
Why can't I get a Tamagotchi?
Well, they're here, so we can go on through. All right.
That's because you're a grown-ass man who can buy one for himself.
Look, but he gets one military supplies. That's all I'm saying.
Well, that sounds like
Oh my lord.
you haven't put in the proper request.
That might
Then.
be one of his kids. Oh, that could have been like his own lost daughters, and he's remembering her, and he's holding on to it, thinking about her.
I mean, have you ever tried just putting in a request like a normal person?
I mean,
All right.
wait, don't we do the wait a fucking second.
All right. Well, anyways,
I got assignment in. On top of one of my team.
I love how in the world we get to the portal through this doorway, right?
yes.
Sure. This is how I took me to orientation.
Yeah, it's right over there. So, but actually, make sure you put the cups down before you go through. Don't want to get
I'm
fused.
gonna chance it, you know.
You're not gonna get.
Come out with one.
You're not gonna get fused to the cup when you go on through, you idiot.
We'll find out. This is what we call experimentation.
Martinez, can you fucking believe this gat?
What are you calling a gat?
The one in front of me. Now let's fucking go. God, we are.
At the last second, I'm like, oh god!
It's in my head.
All right, I actually don't know where. I didn't know where the despawner was. We should probably find one.
They will despawn in time. if you
Oh,
shove
okay.
the corner.
Yeah, let's just go shove them in the wall. This is the dishwasher over here.
The
Yeah.
joke is that we technically took 3 cups of coffee from them, so they don't have that now.
We'll just take him back when they come back and be like, all right, we got ourselves fused to the coffee now.
Wait, is there a limited number of spawns?
Probably respawn, yes.
Well, I mean, it's only going to be like 5 minutes. Once we get
It's a pool. Yeah,
once we get away from them, we'll be fine. Anyways, I'm gonna go.
Hearing you change from that voice to your bars
To this
voice
one?
is wild.
All right, now I have to get myself talking out like this and have to go be like proper elegant shit, yeah.
You know, if you say, I'm gonna say it would be on Miko go, you know, you have to see
Yeah, she looked like the type of person who would fucking stab you if you say something wrong.
I
like that
heard
bit.
you laugh.
That bit
I
was
heard you
awesome.
big slightly.
That's because I did. You fucking dumbass. Alright, let's go and talk properly like this. Have something a bit more refined. Alright. Change the music. Let's see. I love stupid bits like that. Ah, dear. Oh goodness, it's already morning. She's probably already up and awake. I missed her. Another day of my routine messed up.
What
Come back? Oh, sorry. Everything was not working for a second. Come back, sorry.
I saw Miko walking into the guardhouse, so...
There you are, my friend. You alright?
Yes, I seem to have lost track a bit in the morning. I seem to have slipped up on routine once again.
You worried Lutea desperately. She hasn't said a word about any of the notes.
I hope you can find it within your heart to
That's
forgive
not entirely true.
Hello, friend.
It's not true at all.
Of course.
Yeah, you're gonna have to run a recent battle.
Oh.
Morning.
I'm glad to see you, my friend.
Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Really knows Max, though.
Of course.
Good morning.
He had a
To the
dead
usual
something
tape.
on his
And
back.
good morning to you as well.
Oh, good morning.
Hmm.
I hope you two are doing okay.
I suppose it's
Yeah, it's good.
Better I'm now back into
I
what
think the
I'm
kind
used
of
to.
times that have been for many a moon now, wouldn't you say?
this, but things are looking.
We love that here. We really do.
Oh, is that the most up-to-date one?
It is.
Not yet, anyway.
Looks like the primary article on this one is the stabbing that happened last week. Or rather, I think 2 weeks ago?
I believe it was 2 weeks ago, yes.
But we have generally
Hmm.
what
I guess just 3 orders of Patrice and usual black tea with cream and sugar.
So they found out who did it then?
sounds good.
Supposedly.
Hmm.
I'm trying to figure out where it says.
The stabbing. Is this?
As well. It is.
If you want, I'm just trying to do around. I'll just somebody snoop around and see what's going on with
I'm
that.
They say that they have found the person who attacked them, but they will not name the person.
Doesn't that kind of defeat
For
the
safety
purpose?
reasons.
Unless they've already done something to take care of the matter of the crime that was committed.
I am unsure.
I hope so.
Interesting. Is there anything on the back this time?
Ah,
Well, there is.
quite a bit, actually.
Oh. Oh. Oh, the sickness.
And the Academy of Infertus is down.
Oh.
Well, it looks like it's not exactly proven beyond the words of the one who reported it, but it's hard to really verify any of these things without being able to go out and see them with it so far away.
War and devastation is spreading.
And it appears that there might be either some grave misunderstanding or they are deciding to try to say that the squabbling is pointless and they'll have to share emperorship. I have a feeling that something's
Somehow I don't
probably
think that'll
there.
happen.
Which probably means that there is somebody that has been peddling in false news. I can't quite read the other side over there, so...
Another one of the southern regions. More fighting.
Oh, goody.
Good morning, Sienna.
Apparently they're trying to build a bathhouse. I remember them mentioning this last week.
Could be rather interesting. Although I don't think it would benefit...
I'm pretty sure people would have a use for my soaps.
I don't think it would benefit you very much, though. It would be too much water.
True. But you could enjoy the company
We already
should you
drank
choose
it.
to be there. Are you okay, Rashida?
Oh.
Are you okay?
Sorry. It's just like...
Was it something I said? It's been so many years since I've last
I
interacted
love my
with
city.
a slime. Don't know what it is or isn't. Oh, they were talking about memories, right. Why am I so hyper aware of how other people are feeling around me
Won't let
these
that happen
days?
here, Rashida.
Quite a commotion from outside.
Indeed. If you need to talk about it, Rashida, you know where to find me, okay?
Yeah.
Hopefully we've been able to get some good use out of this tool that the individual brought by earlier in the week.
Yes.
Haven't had much of a chance to
It is quite remarkable.
make use of it myself, but they did bring up the fact that they wanted us to bring on somebody from their people as staff here as repayment for that, yes?
Indeed. Yes, that and the supplies. They'll be providing us with some ingredients in exchange for some of our currency.
Right. We should have enough of that to make a proper trade. Have they come by with the interested people? I presume that you'll be the one
Not at
who
all.
would be, I guess, interviewing them. Unless you require
I suppose,
assistance.
though, if, as it was stated, there might only be one of them, then I suppose the decision
I'm
is
going to
made.
be over at the tea shop for a little bit. I'm going to talk with Amari for a little.
I'm going to take a quick walk.
Of course.
Alright.
I will come find you afterwards.
I will more than likely
I do
be-
have to give you your tea this morning after all.
Yes. Seeing as we have broken our routine in more than one way already, we need to get things back on track.
Well, if you would like, you can come right over right now. If you would like to come right now. I'm waiting for Amari anyway.
Well, then I'd have to be shooed out of your home the moment that your esteemed guest arrives. And yet I can't help but go with you anyways.
I try to
You know how much I enjoy you, my friend.
But this is only the form my
I've been noticing. Strange one as you are. For someone as refined as you to take interest in someone as crude as me.
Well, what can I say? You are someone who come to enjoy being around. Your presence is comforting in an interesting way, I guess.
Is that the word you're going to use for it?
I am. I also made some jasmine soaps. There's a few left on the table over there if you would like any.
And have more scents around my house that remind me of good company. Of course. I believe I've been taking care of the flower properly. Admittedly, I've never really had to take care of something for a while before, so it's, or at least the last time I have has been a good while. So...
Well, as I said, I can always come by and take a look. And if you would like, I can come by tonight and we can talk.
I'd like that. It is not it is not drooped, it is not wilted, so I can at least say that I have not caused its untimely demise after being brought into this world.
I do not believe you would be one to do such a thing for it, so...
Then I suppose you don't know me very well.
But I think I do, my friend.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Miko, look here.
Good morning. Good morning, Kane. I hope you are doing well.
He's hurt pretty bad.
Are they alright?
No, he's not.
I see.
I don't know if we have any of the... I don't think Musa thinks is around, but I don't know
I-
if any of the outsiders
No,
are around.
I have not seen him around.
And none of the outsiders have come in so far.
Can you do anything yourself? I know you do some foul.
I can bandage, but that's the most of the extent of my ability.
Right, well that has been all sorted. Have a proper supply for the next week or so. Feel like I've been going through it faster as of late.
You can walk the stairs and sit on a bench. Whatever would make you comfortable.
Sky.
Darling, with my new box fan, I'm telling you, it's gonna be the swingest dig in the entire place.
I'm no carpenter, but I'll do my best. Believe you me.
You know, I did hear that there was people at a carpenter. Maybe they could help. But I don't want too many people to know where I live. If things go sour, you know.
I see. Yeah, so whoever is assigned to that role will be able to give it to you. I'm sure.
I did not.
Good morning, Miko.
Good morning, Captain. It seemed to be somebody that was a little unwell feeling. Didn't recognize them. I don't think they're someone who normally lives here. Sylvester was with them. I hope they're alright. I don't suppose Musa thinks is somewhere hiding up here.
Do you know where
No.
they are?
Musa
No.
thinks no. He's not been
That-
by.
That's why I was asking.
I was talking about my sister Rena. Said she found someone in the woods.
Yes, the last I saw them, that
No,
person
well-
was right down at the bottom of the stairs leading up to the place.
By the way,
Mhm.
I'm gonna go check it out. Thank you.
Welcome back, Rashida.
I'll have to get back home to you.
Mm.
We'll be in town for at least 2 more days before we go off to deliver it back to the main facility.
Are you alright?
So if you can't find me, you'll still be able to find me at the town. Just take it to the town. We'll collect
I'm
it.
just sorry. I'm just very.
Nothing to
The
apologize
news
for.
really has startled me, and then another injured person.
Hi.
Hello.
Any letters? Any letters?
No, I don't have any on me. Do either of you have letters for, Harpies?
I do, if you'll excuse me. Yes.
Right.
Also, do any of you know an Esme? I have a letter for an Esme.
I actually know who that is. I think I could bring it to you if you're in a hurry.
Can you bring me to her? Yes.
Um,
It'd be very good.
Yes, I could definitely bring you to them. Excuse me for a moment.
let me get this letter
Get their
first.
letter
Yes, sir.
first. Yes.
Thank you ever so much.
Name?
It's going to an Alice in the Rose Kingdom.
Hmm.
Alice.
All right.
In the Rose Kingdom.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, yes. They were a very nice person, the one who sent it. Yes, yes.
Yes, they are. They're a very nice person. I'm glad you were able to meet them.
Hello, Miss Miko.
Hello, Doctor. Just bring them to somebody. They live right up here. I don't know if they're in right now, but I imagine you can slide it under their door. Or something like that.
I usually prefer to make sure that they receive it.
Alright, fine. I signed it under a old nickname of mine. It's me, I'm just embarrassed about it.
Wait, yes, that's right. You're the one. Yes.
Yes, I'm the one.
Her name, Grace, I believe. Yes.
I see. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Glad to the service.
You weren't supposed to respond back. Hopefully they weren't asking too many people that name. To Esme, with my hearty affection. Herein begins my fourth attempt at a letter, though for the last three was spoiled by ink dripping from the tip of a held quill. That quill never quite found its way to the page. Hover it would, indecisive, held by an indecisive hand. That hand could not find the words to pen. None would mistake me for being tactical. And yet, this is my fourth attempt to write. Why do you even bother responding? I thought you hated me. Oft have I wondered at the reason my favorite hallway was troubled by darkness. 'Tis a child's game to ascribe a reason behind every occurrence, a truth to every action. When I think back to my early days serving Harmony, it is not the many studies that come to mind, nor the many hours of study, nor the time spent in lectures. I think of the terrible girl who haunted the northern hallway. I thought you were there to test me in some unknowable way, and I have wished to ask why. For it was only later that I realized that though you troubled me day after day, that you sent me after Serenity. She was a troublemaker like me, frustrating to her teachers, difficult in questioning. She was a bother. Everything you did was always so deliberate and intentional. It's what made you intimidating and why we bickered so. I hated how you were always right. She was supposed to dislike me. What? Then one day you disappeared without a word. If you remembered a girl named Esme, none of my teachers called her a student. The academy never admitted a girl named Esme. She was a ghost only I had seen and known and learned from. I have ever wanted to ask.
Hello, good morning.
Why ever did you leave? Why did you send the crybaby oracle after Serenity?
Yes, you could definitely say that. More than a handful of difficulties. Without him out.
OSL, I think you're hot micing.
Yes, you are.
Sorry, I thought...
I was too young, too stupid, too foolish to say it, but now I can. I can finally write it, and I wish for you to hear it, Esme. I must say this. Thank you. You terrible, mean, beautiful, spiteful, awful, wonderful person. Thank you. Of course, you were my friend. I was simply too foolish, too childish, too lost to recognize you, and here I am, crying again. The crybaby oracle. I hate you, Esme. I hate you for leaving, and I miss you. Do you recall what you told me during our first summer? To make friends with the beastkin who serve the academy. Know them, you said. See them. Ask them about their pasts and families, and you'll never be surprised. Never be lost, never be without friend. Well, I did. 'Tis the little Lazuli who recalled a striking girl in a richness of black. Like polished onyx, she said. How am I not surprised to hear you are at the very place Harmony and I sought to learn of? We sent an envoy there, a charming man, thoughtful and filled with a desire to help others. We only recently learned of his passing. We met him while searching out stories of magic, and he left quite an impression. With his loss, we have little choice. If we wish to seek out a future, blind as we are, we need the help of the others. None here know what to do. They bicker over every decision, and no one moves to change anything. I was never known for patience. I am grace, not patience. Even if I am the opposite of graceful, thus, without permission, Harmony and I decided if the Empire cannot make a decision, we will decide for the Empire. Oh, God. negative or positive fool of a person. That wasn't the message I meant for you. No. That's not what I meant for them to take out of this. That's not what I... You weren't supposed to care for me. You were supposed to hate me. See why your path was folly. Not understand it. That dwarf was sent by her of all fucking people. For the first time ever, I actually might regret a kill that I've done. Because of it. Now she is even more determined to chase after things that I've tried to chase her away from. Damn you, Grace, why must you always be like this?
Yeah, the second
I'm
side
passing
is...
through.
Oh, yeah, sure.
gonna bite anyone's
Excuse
head
me?
off.
Second side is something...
Excuse me. Oh, excuse me, Miko.
Sorry.
Like, two emperors, can you believe it?
Easy. Get all the dirt out of there.
Two emperors, what?
That's all wrong.
Please pass me more gauze. I need to make sure it doesn't bleed.
Yeah. I
need you on God's duty as well.
I took many trials and tribulations,
Yeah, over there.
and I was able to make it through. And relatively with
I was doing.
Up to you.
Sorry.
Are you alright?
Yes, I'm fine. Have we
Let's
already...
be candid, you're not.
Have we... I'll be fine. Have we cleaned up after the morning rush?
Yes.
Ah, I see. Sorry I wasn't there to help.
There are dishes if you're looking for busy hands. But it's not a pressing matter. I would much rather you sit.
Well, very well. I'll be out on the balcony then.
Sorry. Maybe? I don't know. It's one of the places where they train the.
I should warn you if you're better plan on traveling. If you plan on traveling around the Eco River,
Thanks.
there are many segments of the road that aren't safe, and you might have need to travel at dark.
I see. In that case, I can send word back to be wary of traveling along the river. But
thank you.
Generally speaking, my people do not travel very much. So
If you wish to speak on it, I'm more than happy to, always. But I will not force your hand.
Yes.
Right.
I was able to.
Thank you.
I was able to.
See you now.
I was able to success some trade routes, so there's some limit. There's a little bit I can offer, but I'll be honest, we don't have very long before trade starts out.
Of course, it's Jasmine.
Then I suppose we'll have to all do our part here, won't we?
That's correct.
I only developed a taste of it because you had it every single day.
On that note, it is time for me to take my morning walk. You are welcome to join if you wish, but I know you are quite
Maybe
tired.
they might need some
So if you
tea.
need
It
to,
is cold
do
outside
relax.
still.
Yes, I appreciate it. Maybe if I get a chance to look inside there, I may be able to, have a chance to rest.
Good. Now, I must be going.
Thank you, my dear.
Well, time for the morning walk.
Oh, no, that's fine.
We should make a stop by Station 2. See if any others would like to join in the contest of strength.
A contest of strength?
Oh yes, I had the idea when I talked to Harris that he mentioned wanting to know who was the strongest between the town of Valley and the camp of the UN, and we decided that a tournament to decide who the strongest would be best. People could play defense as well, so I could run this during my afternoon duty.
Oh. Why would you like to?
Test of strength. Can I join?
Oh yes, absolutely. Here, you may use up the pen.
Are you gonna wear it out again?
Well, no, it would have to go to him.
Very well. I mean,
Oh,
right very well.
I can ride before him.
Oh, yeah. See how many I can get from their camp, and I'll come back during the night and try to get more signatures as well. I don't know if a week will be too short notice. Now, how do we formate?
You know what? I'm just gonna take this.
I'd have to agree. Speaking of which, Rena.
Yeah, but I want us to
How are you confident in your strength?
Oh,
Oh, excuse me.
Oh,
Yes?
I want to start a tournament of a contest of strengths of sorts between our town and the camp over of the other world. If you would like to sign up, I'm gathering people to sign up for this
Need
tournament.
some hot tea while you're working.
Wonderful.
It's cold
I
outside.
guess you have another thing.
I'll bring some more cups down.
I don't think anyone
Trying to gather more interest.
So what does that mean? Does that mean that I am going to be the one who talks to people?
You've been pretty fucking polite.
Just that's it.
I've been
I am
talking to Dallin.
Yeah, I'm sure you can
yeah, and
that one is quite nice.
yeah, I've been talking.
Find yourself.
Yeah, well,
But
yeah,
he has
no,
part of
he's
your
back
thing, so.
Yes. Okay, so yeah, and I don't know how many people talk to Sashara, so I seem to be the person who talks to her the most.
I talked to her once or twice, but not in length.
Well, is quite nice. Although I heard she went in this sort of I don't remember what it. She talked about mumbling about things that looked tasty.
So many bodies on those bikes.
I believe those things were not actually things. But regardless, yes. Darwin himself seems to be quite rough around the edges.
No, I'm just
But
thinking.
he is quite nice. Has anyone checked on him since last week? Still though, it's.
I wonder what I was thinking.
This put me with quite of interest, whatever happened down there. I mean, if you want to go
The one place I'd want to go see is busy, of course. Why did you have to tempt me like this? Rowan. I was perfectly fine without having to do anything like this. Tell me to remind myself that I don't even have a name anymore.
Hello, Miko. Do I sound okay to you?
You do. You sound fine.
Ask why you're walking past me towards my shrine.
A shrine is for visitation, is it not?
Of course.
Then I am simply using it for its intended purpose.
As its keeper, you wouldn't mind me around, would you?
Whether or not you choose to be here is not really of concern to me.
Could I ask, how long have you been here in Vallis?
If I had to put a time on it, probably about... I'd say this is closing in on maybe a month, not a month, 2.5 months, maybe 3 tops. Not very long, which is about what I'm used to.
Only my question because, you immediately went to that shrine, the one that something has been stolen from. I was wondering if you had any idea where it went.
I know not of what is originally meant to be in it. Unless you happen to know.
Most likely a Magatama like this, and you will point to the shrine in front of him.
Ah, I see. I guess instinctually I go to the one that is missing something. Felt more appropriate.
Ever since the Battle of the Women, it doesn't very much surprise me.
Given the
it actually surprised me more than anything that this was still here. Yeah. That this is still here, and that is not actually... When I first came here, that was one of the things I was very concerned about, because it means whoever destroyed this shrine in the first place, they had, why would you steal this and not that? Do you know what I mean? Why would they steal that and not this?
In a sense, it is rather fitting. In an ironic way.
Well, I've been trying to try as much as I could ever since I got here to Vallis, but this particular section, there's nothing I can do for it.
In order to repair something like this would be a much larger symbolic gesture than I think the world is ready for.
The world isn't ready for what these shrines represent in the first place. Is that... am I not right in saying that?
No, you are quite correct. They are not, as a people, whole. They are split. A lot of them have some aspect of their identity that is missing. So in that current sense,
with you, Miko,
the shrine is in the most representative state that it could be.
This isn't the first ransacked Kitsune shrine I have lived in. And it probably won't be the last, although I guess I'm being a bit...
What,
some people are angry with me at that.
Do you have a personal preference for living in shrines of a people that are not yours?
I'll tell you the same thing I've said to everyone else. I don't belong anywhere.
Based on the story you told me, I can make perfect sense of that. And in that way, you and I are more alike than you know.
So, why not, if you make a friend with a legend, something that doesn't exist, might as well live in their home and do your best to clean it up.
What do you mean by making friends with a legend that doesn't exist?
The oracles don't want Kitsune to be a real thing. They are but a legend.
That's what you
At least according to the writers who tried to kill them for centuries.
They certainly haven't done a good job. There are many things they don't do a good job at.
But I would much rather stay here outside of town than ask the mayor, for example, for a place in town. And I might have my own reasons for that, but I believe you understand more than most. Why?
I imagine I do,
choose to live out here.
It sometimes is more preferable to hear the reasons for one's assumptions from their own mouth than leave it unsaid.
Hey, do you want to know? I plan on going to town and trying to talk to people, but do you want to know what I learned today?
What did you learn today?
Someone very close to me. You could call her a daughter of mine. She was killed. I will never speak with her again. And I believe it's the oracles who did it. I believe that, despite my best efforts, despite my small amounts of showing off to this town in Vallis, maybe I went too far. Maybe I didn't. She would not have been here. In reality, it means that we have been hunted for long more than I thought. And learning of her death, I tried my best not to kill her.
After a while being hunted, you stop keeping track of the years. Right. It just becomes second nature.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's okay.
Well, you either hide or you get the strength to fight back against it in your own way. What did you choose?
But look at me, I'm not here hiding. I am here. In fact, pointing myself out. And so I think, in the back of my mind, even though she was all across the Empire, what I'm doing here led to her death. It's the reason she was stabbed. Because she was following me.
Believing in a path that is different from the beaten one.
I want an end to the Civil War, to the blood. But I don't want to sacrifice our ability to choose our own future to do so.
And how many years have you been on that attempt?
To be honest, for a very long time, I thought it was pointless.
Try me.
But once...
How many years
Once
has it
the
been
magic
for you?
started dying out. What, fighting against the oracles? You're asking...
Fighting for your choice to have a choice.
I would say, for me, it truly came about once foresight and necromancy started to fade entirely. So about half a century now.
That fight has been going on long before you, and it will continue on well past you as well, with its current course.
But that's the reason I'm here. Listen. The entire point, the reason it all started disappearing, it all came around the same time the portal appeared. And so the reason I'm here is to try to understand what that portal is and who the UN is. We know Brazil ravaged our emperor and killed our forces. There are mass graves out in the forest that you could... I was not here for that. I was here directly after that, in autumn, when they beheaded the High Peer and proclaimed themselves a republic, just because. Oh, guess what? We cannot win every fight anymore. We cannot see the future anymore.
I always believed that they never really saw the future in the first place, just what they wanted, and they had enough power to insist everyone else make it so.
Oh God, do I wish that was true. Gods, do I wish that was true.
Well, if it wasn't, it
Listen.
certainly is now.
And
Yes,
that's when I
what
started to fight.
That's what I'd like to prove, at least.
I tried so hard. I tried so hard to stop her from dying after I saw that vision. I couldn't do anything. But now that it doesn't work anymore, now that it's stopped working entirely, I believe those of us who believe in free will have a chance for the future, for the first time in so long.
It would certainly be a welcome sight after a millennia.
You know, it's why I got kicked out of the academies. It's why I got kicked out of Prima. Exactly what you just said. Forget me trying to learn about lesser magics or necromancy. It all comes down to questioning the future. Questioning what they saw to be true. That's they hate it more than anything.
They certainly foresaw my part in their fate for a long time. Didn't seem to change their actions any. Didn't make them any less hurt when it happens.
Of course it won't. Because if you see a vision that doesn't come true, then they don't see you as an oracle. It doesn't have anything to do with their predestined future. You can fight against it as much as you want, and you could even succeed, but they refuse to believe it exists. And that, for the past 7 years, is what I have been fighting for, Miko.
I've lost track of the years myself. You stop counting after a while. And after a while, you stop feeling sorry about what things you tried to do to sever those threads called fate.
I remember having such an easy life. My childhood, 3 decades, give or take. You must didn't disagree me because you used to be an oracle. I chose to be an oracle. They chose that for me. I'm sorry. Probably hadn't had a drink time soon. Someone very close to me came and told me some very bad news. And that was even before I read the Babe and I tried to fight against oracles for a very specific reason, and I feel like you might not say you are on the same side as me, but I can tell you don't side with them.
Do not presume my sides.
I'm not. I never said you were on the same side as me. But from everything you've told me, I would be very, very interested if you were on the side of the academies and the oracles. In fact, if in fact you were, you might be the reason my daughter is dead today.
I may be the reason for a lot of tragedies, but that is not one of them.
No. I was not blaming you at all.
I am simply giving you the answer that you are seeking in that reply. There is only but one amongst their number that I would consider acquaintance, and they do not fit in amongst them anyways.
Can I ask you a question?
You might.
Are you the venerator I think they've planted here?
Now that would certainly be a twist of fate, wouldn't it? No.
Ah, we would kill each other right now, wouldn't we?
I could kill you quite easily, but you are not somebody that I consider a threat.
And I don't see a threat either. At least we have that much in common.
Then you do not know me very well.
The fact that you know what I just said, and that you haven't already killed me, already told me quite a lot.
Does it? And yet you still confide in me in your wish to see the world change. And yet you barely know who you're speaking to.
I don't know who I'm speaking to when I show my little tricks to them. Hello?
Do you know why I find things like this so fitting?
Why is that?
As you said, something here is missing. And I have felt that same sense of emptiness. Watching every single person that should have the same right to stand out in the open have to pretend that they are someone they are not. And in the process, practically abandon themselves, abandon their names, abandon everything that is them. And yet a lot of them would not even feel happy if I said that. They would just glare at me.
But that is what is so interesting. You say everything. The reason I don't think you're on the other side, the reason I don't think you're just a venerator here to kill me, is because you care that something is missing from that shrine.
I could give you undeniable proof that I am not any venerator.
You don't have to. I trust you, Miko. You don't have to trust me. You don't have to believe me. I've had a rough day. I learned one of my daughters was dead. But I do trust you. And so you are always welcome at the shrine.
I'll kind of pop around as like as done and stuff like that, and kind of do stuff. I'm gonna go check to see how this Nadia model looks, if it's even like, you know, if it looks fine or whatever. Oh, one last thing was
hold on, Beef. All right, what's up? You can whisper as well if you want. I'm right next to you.
Whenever can one of you guide Kane back towards the empty shrine after I leave, and let him know that I left a particular black flower back there? He's joining the game.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, just want to direct him back there, and he notices something sitting there.
Sizzle, you got this?
Sizzle's in the other chat.
Oh shoot, hold on, let me.
I'm available. Hi.
Okay, I'll do it.
Thank you. Sorry, lost in thought there. I greatly appreciate the
Devs,
chat.
can you move that
I
conversation
needed
away from the patio?
having a
moments away
serious
from
conversation
town.
with you.
Thank
Of
you for
course.
that.
You're always welcome here at the shrine.
Hopefully it remains that way. I see you too go out this direction when you feel lost and fought.
First time, actually.
I see.
Felt like
Needed to get
needed
away
to
from the
step away.
sound. I can understand that.
I spent a long time holding myself up. Suppose I'm holding myself out.
Wish I could say I wasn't used to that feeling myself, but I've done it for a long time. This is closed. No. It is not an open RP. I'm sorry.
I wish it wasn't getting so cold already. I would have come out more.
That is the way of the seasons. Ever cyclical. One of the few things that nobody can change, no matter the great amount of people who have tried. One of the few constants of this world.
It's a nice place to work through your emotions, though.
That it is. I wouldn't go out here so often if that weren't the case. Not that I ever thought that I would have any to work through yet. Here I am having the world's worst time keeping proper composure around other people.
That I understand. I used to be way better at that. But I used to be in charge of changing people's emotions, not reacting to them.
I used to be in a position where emotions and connections to other people were of little value to me. As little value as having a steady place to call home. Because they just got in the way. That entire routine has been turned up on its head, and it is rearing its influence in more ways than I am comfortable admitting to.
That sounds like a very sad time.
It's a lonely existence, but you got used to it after a while. You only notice it once it's no longer the case.
I understand. Though I suppose it was the opposite for a while. Just got lucky I found Sienna.
With what I'm trying to process, I'm debating if I am lucky or cursed to have met such nice people. Do you
I don't
have
think there's no such
regrets?
thing as luck or curses anymore.
Is there something that you have that you've ever regretted? Because you never understood the weight of it until it was far too late to do anything about it?
More than you can know.
I suppose that was a silly question to ask. Even if, regardless of the answer, it's not one many like to talk about. My apologies.
Maybe sometimes it's one people just need to talk about eventually, or else it consumes them. Or they just never talk at all.
Well, I have not gone silent yet, but I know that I have long since been consumed by things that perpetuate this cycle of mine. To the point I don't feel that I deserve the things I have around me. Least of all, any of you at Crystal Heart.
Take it from someone who has gone silent for a while. It's not worth it. It's better to reach out for the ones that reach out to you before it gets that bad. Because that's about the only thing that will pull you out.
Ironic it is that that's the very reason why I'm in this fugue that I am. I did exactly what you said, and I didn't get silence back. I got something that I would have been happier not seeing.
I don't know if it's... No. I do know it's... can also be worse not knowing. Because eventually you will find out. And it'll hurt more.
I was happier not knowing that they thought of me as a friend. It was easy to presume that they hated me. Made everything a lot easier. It's a lot easier to not feel the weight of regret when you have no friends to weigh upon you. And yet here I am, having people that, despite sometimes my insistence, think of me as a friend. And every part of me wishes that they didn't. Maybe every part but one. one that is happy. That happiness hurts.
Sometimes it might feel easier, but the things that aren't as easy tends to be the ones that matter more, or they have more meaning. We all have our pasts. We carry this with us. We keep the stories going so we don't forget where we were. Someone told me that recently. But that just means we can learn and we can find something better, right? We can get through the sadness. It might hurt, but is that happiness deep down not entirely worth it?
With the amount of sadness that I have probably caused over the years, it is one that is not suitable for something such as I.
I wouldn't say that. I'd say that just means maybe you just need to work a little harder putting more happiness out there instead.
I'd have a lot of counterbalancing to do in that case.
What's wrong with that?
There are some things you can't exactly be forgiven for. Putting good into the world does not change that burden.
Maybe not. Not doing anything is worse.
That's what
How
I
does
always...
anything change if people don't try?
That's what I always tried to tell myself. That everything I did had a purpose to it. Even right now, as I try to have some silly idea of a plan that will, I tell myself, will make me happy, because it could give others a chance to be happy. People that never had a chance to under the weight of what has always been. And yet, for all that silly dreaming I have next to no actual plan on how to accomplish that. And so here I am, just carrying around an unfamiliar sense of regret. Because for once I don't know what I want to do.
Have you tried asking the people you want to help what they want? Maybe they can give you more perspective. Trying to do it alone won't help.
I suppose you're right. Well, since you bring it up, what do you hope to see out of the world in its future?
That's a little ironic. I just got asked that question maybe 15 minutes ago.
It is a heavy
It's
question.
hard to say exactly. I want people to stop fighting. For what feels like terrible reasons, especially. And I know that I'm not a fighter, I don't carry a sword, I can't stand up to anyone like that, but Sienna told me that at least we can start by making a place where we can say none of that here.
Suppose I must stop there then.
And that can still change. I know it's already happened in the city. Well, it happened in my city, it happened here, but we can say going forward, not anymore, not in our... Even if it's just our little space. Just our home, it's something.
That dream I've
And
had.
someplace small, then maybe it can grow from there.
That dream I had was to see people like you, like Sienna, like Lotea, like many others here, and feel that they have a place where they can be, that they can live, they can exist without fear of being told that they must live a certain way, be a certain way, have everything in their life picked out for them by people who only care about preserving the world as if it were a pre-painted picture, so that people close to me can walk around without fear of being seen as people that are solely dangerous on account of their birth. And I am one of those very people that you wish would stop fighting then, because I have fought for it for a long time. Even if it always felt aimless in a sense, because it was like but one small person against the might of a mountain. Never really bothered me
It's
until
not
recently.
wrong. It's not wrong to want to protect and people you're close to, but maybe that's also part of the problem. Because so many people are thinking the same thing.
The people close
They
to me
think of their
would.
little circles and everyone else is
People
an enemy.
The people close to me, or rather the people like me, would never say thank you to my face. They would scorn me. I don't really have anybody. Just a few people that I've started to open up to.
That's still a start. But if you only focus on those few, how do you let anyone else in? Maybe if everyone tried to make that thought of the people around me a little bit bigger, maybe less people would fight.
It is not for the sake of not wanting to let them in that I keep the door closed. I do it for their own safety. The more that know me, the more that I fear get hurt for looking upon me and seeing more than they should. For caring about more than they should. And yet I can't bring myself to leave.
I don't mean to say this in a way that puts down your pain at all, but I can tell you from experience that just hiding everything doesn't do what you want it to do either. I knew nothing. Nothing at all, and I still got hurt. It still turned my world upside down even more, maybe, than if I would have known.
I've hid for more than a millennia. What's a few more 100 years? After a while, you sometimes lose the ability to appreciate the luster of life. When you've seen so many of them end, long before yours ever will. Try not to stay out here too long. It's a lot colder out here than it is in the town.
Just don't think there's anything new to learn. And other people, they might surprise you. All it takes is one time.
The same could be said of the people right in front of you.
You know by chance? They're around. I would hope, but I'm about to actually head out with my sister to go visit our brother's grave, so. She might be in the tavern. I check there.
Yeah, relatively speaking, well, let's just say I won't be giving math lessons in the tavern.
Think that you and Bauer can figure that out.
Sure, do you want me to run?
Any...
Because I didn't really hear y'all's convo.
So, if we have any like loose tarps, anything old that we can use, tents, nothing with holes in it, preferably, but just shit that.
Even in the final day.
Knock, knock. Yeah, sorry about the
am I doing? You've been a complete mess this entire day over that stupid letter. This isn't like you, Lotus. They're just one person out of the hundreds of thousands that you have met in your life and the hundreds of thousands, if not millions more you will live, where you will see every single one of them die before you ever will get a chance to know what that feels like. And yet you are moping around about one of them because they don't hate you. You've worked for hundreds of thousands of years. Keeping yourself hidden from the eyes of people, and in 3 months you have turned everything on its head. All because of being lonely? You don't deserve people.
Yes, yeah, it was lovely.
You kill people. You've made peace with that a long time ago.
You know, peppermint sounds kind of nice. I mean, I guess I'm not really much for speaking to myself, so I'm not as familiar with them, but some of the ones you named, I'm familiar with. Black teas, chai, green teas. Like I said, I'm not as familiar. I usually drink coffee. Probably a common thing you've heard from some of the people around here on our side. A lot of people drink coffee. Sure. It smells lovely. No, you didn't mention it, I don't think. Different, but there are definitely similarities. For more and more I found myself wondering if there hasn't been some sort of past interactions. Just this morning, one of our other researchers came to a conclusion. They believe that, well, I'm not sure how familiar you are with astrology, that sort of thing, but we believe that our two worlds are in the same galaxy, which would mean that this is not some sort of trans-dimensional portal, but instead more of a bridge between two spaces. But it begs the question of all the strange similarities, different races and different stories. It's like it's straight out of our mythology. Ancient stories, passed down for eons. Means that people don't think are real, of course. But, such as yourself, elves, a very, very popular part of our mythology, but it's not something we're familiar with as far as actual elven people until now.
Put it behind the rock. It disrupts.
Miko, darling.
So we've established that there's something going on.
Lutea is looking for you. She said she hasn't seen you today. But she's currently in her tea house with someone. If you want to go, let her know that you're okay. That is if you are okay.
I will be fine. I'll let her know that I'm here.
If you wish to talk, I'm always here for you.
I know.
Interesting. We are.
Well, I guess the best way to put it would be we are similar enough to the elves, or the high elves as they sometimes call themselves. But we are
Knock knock, Lotea dear.
We are more concerned. Come in, Miko.
I was told you were looking for me.
I was, but I was also in the middle of a conversation, my friend.
I deeply apologize for interrupting.
No worries, my friend.
If you'd like, I could come back at a better time.
Perhaps in this instance, would you mind if I have some private time talking with Natalie here? I will come find you when I'm done.
Of course.
Thank you, my friend.
Good to see you again, Doctor.
You as well, man.
I will see you later, Miko.
Right.
I hope I did not upset her.
It is so hard to put on a face around her. Although to answer a question, yes, it does, but for understandable reason.
Yeah, I told the doc about it because someone was saying they were sick, and I gave him the newspaper article just so you can be aware if there is actually a disease vector involved. Be aware there's something in region, but
it's looking a little more,
Excuse me.
Terribly sorry.
There's things like swag is like
young generation say that all the time.
It means swag is when you have like the swagger to your stuff. It's when you got a little bit of
swagger. Oh.
What?
Yeah, when you got some
like
swagger
when
to
Riz
yourself.
almost falls over, he's got the swagger.
Maybe I made a mistake coming up here. They are talking more nonsensical things.
I see. Okay.
So if somebody says you have both drip and
By the sounds of it, something that can kill within a couple of days when exposed.
Though, to be fair, these are
Whatever it is, it's
antiquated
nasty.
techniques that
Oh,
only
boy.
like
You want the
children
bathhouse, find someone named Mana.
Time to start stocking up on retrovirals and antibacterials.
Yeah, Livy was.
I'm gonna send.
Doc, you're gonna love
in-
this.
Sounds like a
What?
good thing.
It's not the only thing we're going to stock up on. We're going to triage
Apparently, part
Oh,
of that
that
whole
seems
place
gonna
in
help
here,
out.
well, the refugees are basically targeted in a way that it looks like the code is very people-based and with a cleanse with a nick and a neck. Right. Yeah. Think Serbia. How do I...
Why did I send that letter? Why did I even bother? A moment of weakness, and now it's leading to everything just falling apart because it hurts. Everything hurts. There, I said it.
For those of us who have no idea how to use a firearm, have you seen my new arm?
Your alternative is just,
Yeah, that's a better choice. I'm pretty sure I hurt myself or someone else wrong if you went and gave me something that fired projectiles.
The only thing I have left for me is gathering the semblance of allies. To do what exactly? I keep telling myself that this is this idea that I will have a plan, but what plan?
ask you who told you.
Good choice. Can I go back to my original request
Sounds
for
like
just
you're
like a
telling me a
whistle
bunch
and
of
some
lies.
mace?
No, it's just I don't want to be accused of like cross-cultural like contamination by introducing a bunch of like slang to
Oh, pardon.
You're alright.
Master Sergeant. Or Sergeant Major. Sorry, I don't... Dude, there's too many military things.
You're a master.
I'll just call him boss.
We're going to be sending a letter actually to one of the academies, but the academies apparently are in Imperial territory. So basically, we were trying to go and get some information on astrological events. So essentially, that way we could be like, oh, when have you seen comets or the supernovas? That'll help us.
Fucked up monster Mizume bullshit.
Then I will be sure to share in the evening with whoever is willing. So if you find yourself at a tavern,
I am at a loss for what I even want to do with myself right now. Nowhere feels like home right now. This flimsy little thing is what they meant to do training with. It's way too bulky to be used as a proper sword. One of my only solaces I have.
I am, and also I wanted to ask beforehand, have the UN perhaps told you about any sort of... It's so hard to get a running start up here. Ah. I swallowed wrong. This place of solitude is far more fitting for one like me. Away from people like I should be. Sharing in their company is not...
been alive for over a millennium, Lotus. You didn't feel regret for every tail that you ripped off of your own kin, regardless of your reason for doing so. You didn't care about the collateral that got in your way that were trying to defend those targets from you. And yet one single dwarf, not even because of what they stood for, but who believed in them, has you wondering if you're doing the right thing. What should it matter to you what a silly girl with more dreams than sense in their head has? Beyond it making you afraid that you're no different than they. Their dreams are sought with light and grace, like them. Your dreams are sought by blood and sadness. All you could ever do was seek out their way of trying to dissuade them from their dreams because yours could never be achieved. And now you take it out on those around you. Some shining paragon of virtue you are, aren't you? At least Grace would have the ability to have people look upon their wish for the world and maybe have a chance to smile at it. Smile at her for it. I gave up on that long ago. On the very moment that I let Lotus be stained black. And much like ink, it never truly fades. No matter how much people like Rashida might think otherwise. There are some people that are beyond change. Some that their opportunity to be permitted such have long since passed. And yet more know what you hide underneath layers of masks and magic. It's what you wanted, isn't it? To be able to just be you ruined that chance for the first few weeks of you being in this town. All because that's all you know how to do. Is kill, not create. Latte, I wish you would finish with that conversation already. I just want to be with you. You're the only person who could possibly understand right now what this feels like. Oh my gosh, go Paul, thank you for the tier 3 for 51 months. It's sad, totally normal human hours. I should probably get off the roof before somebody notices me up here. I prefer to spot for stargaze and not blinding myself by looking up at the sky. It's far more comforting at night. I really gotta stop doing that. Sitting up on roofs isn't exactly a normal person pursuit.
Don't worry about it. Whew.
Miko?
Yes?
Forgive me for running you out earlier.
You're quite...
Did not mean to upset you if I did.
You're quite alright.
I will be back in just a short minute.
Emergency
Yes.
somewhere.
Yes.
I was actually looking for you too.
We are not a thing. You're just one of the few people I call friend.
Right.
That's all.
I cannot believe that. That I understand out of everything. That is.
Then let the reacher out.
What the fuck? fuck are you talking about up there? Jesus! Humans are fucking weird.
Oh, Doan, congratulations, you're a daddy. You got the riz.
You got the riz.
Alright. Don't exactly know what that is, but thank you, I guess.
Okay, we barely do either.
It's a good.
Oh god.
I'll take it.
I'm sitting there cringe.
I meant like the royal we. I mean like
Oh wait, so is that how he? Oh right, so if you have Rizworry, Rizzler, right? Okay, I gotta remember the title. Is this gonna officially add it as a title?
Are daddies. Women that have a riz are mommies.
Alright. Yeah, I wouldn't ask you.
Apparently that's what
Trust me.
I'm good. I'm fine.
Shit.
the fuck up.
It only gets weirder, trust me. And that's, you're not even living on the base.
They're not fine.
They're never fine.
When they ask you how you are and you say you're fine, but you're not fine.
Wow, call me out, why don't you?
They always say we call, but they never ask call ye.
Hi.
Sorry about that.
Had myself.
Can't call me out like that, Samobi. I'm having an emotional day. Fuck you. You hot tiefling guy. Tsune sword.
Yeah, feel free to use that against any man or woman who crosses your path.
Yeah, teach us how to say ara ara next.
Ara.
So
Now
you
you gotta
when
get,
you
like,
say it,
you
you
gotta
gotta tilt your
press
head
it up.
Slightly down, lock eyes with whoever your target is, and then say it like really breathily and a little slower.
Yeah, like kind of like you gotta. Much better, much better. Good, but like you gotta like, you gotta get it like bottom chest. You gotta bring it down into your gut, and then you gotta kind of just let it like slowly.
Interesting. I'm literally older than you, son. Don't tell me about my boy.
Stop.
Yeah. It starts hitting you, huh?
I need to be somewhere visible in case they come looking for me and I have to sit here next to this!
Looking at me left and right. Like, how old are you? I think I got like 3 years on you, kiddo. Calm down.
If we're calling him Grandpa, does that mean that he's your daddy?
Not that old. Yeah, tell me about it, Elrez. Am I your daddy? See, that's a joke I can laugh about. Alright. Shit.
I
I'm trying to keep
hate this so much.
And I'm failing.
Okay then, tell me about it. Tell me about it, son. Tell your daddy what it means. Alright, let me place this radio then for now. Alright, what can I do for you?
Laru, in representation of the slime folk, are asking for the bridges to be more walkable for them. They're worried about like slipping through the cracks. They have to walk very slowly,
Right.
across the bridges.
You mean the log bridges on our way over here?
Yeah. Me and Landry brainstormed
work.
a couple of ways that we can make that a little easier for them. We were thinking maybe we cut down a tree or two to set up guardrails. And if we can flatten them out, maybe sand them a bit, we can toss a couple old tents over, we can toss some tarps over, we can bolt those down, shovel some dirt on top of it. Done deal.
Yeah, no, I mean, I see it from this side. I can absolutely set up anything. I can mark the trees that we can cut in that sense. Again, old carpentry stuff. Still got that blood in me. I don't mind that. I would just need some help
thinking
with
we
it,
can
again.
Yeah, so you and her, we're gonna get Santos to help you with that as well, since she's a Pathfinder, it's kind of her gig.
This is kind of a thing that, like, despite streaming, they sit very quietly a lot and just ruminate silently, sometimes not even thinking about things.
Tarps that aren't really in use as long as they don't have holes in them.
Question, I'll ask you.
I don't want to make her always be doing something.
Right away. Chainsaws or normal axes? I'm assuming normal axes, for the sake of it not scaring the shit out of people.
I think we don't even have chainsaws. Apparently we only have handsaws and those, like, two-person...
Yeah, I don't mind handsaws in that sense. I can work with them. I just need to, I didn't need to realize, like, again, what we have when it comes to tech equipment. It's been a bit, I do have to say.
So I'm thinking we can do...
My mic caught my shirt.
Yeah, the thing about it is, if we
can deal with those later.
I don't mind requesting for a chainsaw. I don't mind using it. The problem is that if we do that, we should probably inform literally the entire town, else they might just have a feeling that we're gonna start doing God knows what out there with the chainsaw when they hear it revving up.
Yeah, personally, if I'm gonna be quite honest, I would rather keep some of that tech, especially the ones that are almost directly weaponry, kind of on the down low.
I'm down to do that.
We might want to do the same one.
I'm not bitch made.
You want to drink your down? I can get you on that one. It's not hard.
This is why I'm saying we can worry about the guardrails later. We just need to get it done.
Big man, how good are you at chopping trees?
Good.
Wonderful. You're gonna help us when we're working on the bridge for the slime folk?
Really cause?
Absolutely. We're gonna figure this entire thing out. I can probably...
I don't think
normal
it'll take more
access
than a couple
should be
days to
easily
flatten it out and, like,
no, I don't think.
I
I don't think it's gonna take that long in that sense. I just need to figure out certain things. Need to figure out how to set everything up, cut some...
It's mostly just stabilizing the ground that they want. They want to not be able to, like, slip through the cracks and fall on the cars. We get some tarps,
Is that like a...
hold that shit to the ground, toss some dirt
Yeah, it's like it's a physiology thing. They like water permeable and them just being in a body of water.
Right, I had that conversation with Kayuki about a couple days ago, and that's with the slime folk. Like, if they hit water, do they just get like washed away with the thing? Do they like just disappear, or how does that work? Like they can like float launched away.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, no, we're gonna have to build this bridge as soon as we can. Yep. Oh,
so I'm
I'll
thinking,
figure
like,
out the
it'll
plan
take
for that.
maybe a day tops to just straighten, like flatten it out.
You got a lot of stone around the area as well, so you know.
Yeah, we can probably.
See, I don't think we need to go that hard. Like I said, literally, we can just bolt a couple tarps down, shovel some dirt over top of it.
I don't know what a tarp is.
The only thing we need to cut are the.
You see the stuff that our tents are made of?
Yeah.
The stuff that our tents are made of, that's basically tarp, where we can just spread that
right.
over, slap some dirt on it to make sure that there's no problem, like no more
Just
cracks in the
curious
wood
how
in
to
that
carries
thing.
around a
A day, and we were good with it.
item that has magic of Kitsune on it, which is most definitely not a Kitsune
I do
themselves.
still want to get the radio set up and not have the mayor constantly run away from me, if you do not mind. Have you seen her run off in sort of in a specific direction?
Yes, she ran off.
I'm gonna go find her there.
God, I can never remember her name. It's one of Twice.
Small one, darker skin, Zia?
No. Yeah,
White jacket?
Dr. Yan. Yeah, you're right.
Dr. Yen. Yeah, no, I can chat with Dr. Yen if it needs to be, yeah. I heard, by the way, if that's the case, I'm gonna set up the entire thing when it comes to the radio with the mayor, potentially get the guard captain involved. You, big man, you do me a favor. I heard about the spiced ale. You saved me a fucking pint of that. I want to finally try that shit. It's been ever since we arrived. I want to have that fucking thing. And you guys got a little bit of a taste beforehand, so I want to see this whole thing. Especially if this got to cause Koval to have a little bit of a coughing fit. So that's gonna be cute. Probably not gonna taste from anything from me.
It's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, I can't wait for that. Well, off we go. Busy bee on the move. Okay. I have been on this specific balcony for like an hour and a half. Yeah, you good?
Yeah, my feet hurt.
Yeah, mine do too.
I'm pretty much in a holding pattern waiting for the one person I actually want to see.
Oh, fuck. Ugh.
They're becoming
So
ever
many
popular
reports.
with so many people around here.
So many reports are right.
I don't envy you.
Yeah, I knew I wasn't gonna be busy today, but I had a feeling I was gonna get
Day is overrated. I do like nighttime. It's colder out, which means it's not 90 frickin' degrees.
For leaving you alone not once, but twice today.
Used to be expected when you are a popular person.
And there are times where I'm just happy to be alone with a friend, perhaps. I have missed your company, my friend.
I'm afraid I wouldn't have been as ideal of company for most of the day anyways. So perhaps you were spared something in that regard.
Maybe. Though I am... Well, if anything, I am happy I get to spend time with you now.
Is that so?
Yes. Yes, it is.
No more pressing emergencies, no more people desperately needing you to pull into a private corner for a small chat that turns into a long chat.
I hope not. So, if you would like to go and talk, I am completely at your disposal, my friend.
Terrible choice of words there, but... yes, I would like to go somewhere. Just away from here.
Then, of course, I will follow you.
Remind me to give the mayor a good smack later.
Oh.
She's not that sly when it comes to the things that they say under their breath.
Such as?
Silly things that are completely untrue. I do want to go all the way upstairs.
As you wish.
coming up here, there is a letter that is sitting on the bed, kind of slightly crumpled up, but only slightly, mostly just from probably being tossed aside. I have missed you, though.
And I have missed you. If you don't mind my asking, where do you have the flower currently?
Table over by the window.
It is looking quite well.
At least I can take care of
More
that
so
pretty
when I
well.
give it a little bit. I gave it a little something extra. It will stay.
More of your gift.
Just fine. You are beautiful. No matter how many times I think when I will see this.
You keep saying
and each
that,
time it will
and
always be beautiful.
As nice as it is to hear your voice say such kind words, it sometimes hurts a little bit to hear that because it's so hard to take it at face value.
Well, if it makes you feel better, I could not. But I will still think the words all the same.
Then it won't make any difference because I'll still hear you say it even if you don't give the thoughts words.
Alone at last.
Yes. Being alone. The thing that I am so adept at. I've had an awful day, Lotea.
Would you like to tell me about it?
It all started when
You do not?
It all started when a girl that no longer exists is given a name once again.
No.
I tried sending a letter for the first time in hundreds of years. Someone that I once knew that I just wanted to send something to just to get something off my chest and at least say that I did it so that if somebody asks me about it later I could shut them up. The stupid fool had to send a reply to somebody that never existed. And and yet somehow it still made it back to my hands.
I see.
Do you know how many
The reply,
names
I take it.
I've used over the years?
I could hardly hazard a guess.
I have dozens of masks, maybe even hundreds, used and discarded in but an instant, the moment that they are no longer useful. One of the ones that I had that almost nobody ever knew, but I discarded anyways. Seems somebody picked that mask back up and refuses to let go of it. Because they grew attached to that mask. When every action that I took was to make them despise that mask.
In your attempts to make them hated, they only grew more fond of it.
My attempts to show them the folly of holding dreams like they did in their heart only made them respect me, like me, dare to call me their friend. And through allowing a dead name to come back up to the surface, I learned something that I was far happier not knowing. Several things, in fact.
What is that, if I may ask?
Well, the first being that they miss me. Or rather, they miss who they knew. They miss Esme.
I see. I see.
The second is that her dream is what led. Her dream was one that I only ever sought to want to dissuade by means of words, by showing them what I considered to be futility. And yet, without them even knowing or me even knowing, I not only try to dash her dreams with words, I plunged a metaphorical knife into them. But over a month ago, that friend is the one who sent Kazalik here. Because she thought that he represented the dream that the day carried. And I killed that dream. And yet that dream does not crack. It only pushes her closer towards an oblivion. Because dear, stupid, wonderful Grace is now convinced that if she wants to see her dream to fruition, that she and her oracle must do it themselves, in spite of the Empire. If they won't make a decision, they would for them.
Would that necessarily be a bad thing, though?
It would. For her. Her dreams are the kinds that most of the oracles in power, whether or not they truly actually have any power, would look down on.
Hers is the opposite of what they stand for.
I told her she would never be an oracle because what her idea of an oracle was antithetical to how they actually are. She saw them as, if she had her way, they would be actually respectable people. And that's why I tried to tell her off that path, by showing her what happened to the one who came before her, who had similar silly dreams in her head, and whose name is now stricken from all written history, only kept alive by those who care to remember. What most will now only refer to as the Northern Disaster.
I see.
Oracle Serenity was one that I actually would say that I, despite their job title, respected a little bit on account of their ideals. Because they dared to question the norms. They dared to ask what the role of an oracle really should be. And the answer they came to was not an arbiter of fate meant to tell people the way that they must live their life. She saw them as people who are meant to guide and nurture the ability for people to find a path forward. That the future is but a guide, not a plan. It is because of them that a rift even happened in the oracles, that fighting amongst them even began, and a fight that ended in everything that they ever stood for, every deed that they ever had, wiped clean from the slate, as if they never existed.
They couldn't bear the thought that someone that stood against them could potentially be right.
Why, even a hall named after them in Pre-Med Academy is the only one that has no dedication plaque in it. Taken away, every namesake no longer referred to. And anyone who dares asks is just looked upon with a look of judgment, shaming them for asking questions that they don't want to answer. And
afraid
Grace learned the truth.
that another rebellion could happen.
Grace learned the truth. She sought answers well past the point that she should have. And she thanks me for pushing her to do that. It didn't destroy her dream, it only reinforced it. And now I fear what she might do. Because she has enough drive to convince her Oracle to try to join her on this path. For she is not one. She was but an acolyte when I knew her. Maybe but only 5 to 7 years ago. But now she is... According to this, she is now an Oracle Votary. I think that means she's moved up a little bit since I last met her. And even still, someone who dreams of being what an Oracle can't be dares to call me the same thing that you call me. Many things, but chiefly among them, friend. And now she knows where Esme is, unintentionally. Because a blasted male harpy told them where the letter came from.
May I make an observation, Miko?
What is it, Latea?
You speak of this woman in a way that, well, it's almost as if you're concerned for her. Yet you say you hate what she stands for, what she's trying to do. And yet, what I hear is you are concerned, almost scared, that you might lose her.
Because I know where that path ends. Her dream isn't too dissimilar from mine.
Did.
Because both would require the dissolution of the current structures of power that govern this world. Just hers is bathed in a path of light, of grace, while mine is carved through a sea of bodies.
It doesn't mean you both can't achieve the same thing.
And yet she should not see me as a friend. She doesn't know me like you do. She doesn't know.
She doesn't know.
She doesn't know Miko. She knows Esme. And Esme was a fool for trying so hard to reform a girl that didn't need to be reformed.
You cared about her. Still do.
I saw in her eyes something that I lost a long time ago. The will to keep going and follow your dreams. Reading her letter made me realize that I don't have a plan. I have an ambition, guided with no wisdom.
You have a goal, but no destination or a path to get there.
I have a goal on the opposite side of a yawning void, as deep and black as my namesake, while hers, in all my attempts to try to drown it in shadow, in a selfish attempt to think that I would make her happier if I did. And all she could ever do was keep shining brighter and brighter, like every star in the sky, as if to mock me for even trying.
You really are opposites, aren't you?
In every way possible, yet connected by that same silver thread.
Do you know what I believe, Miko?
I am no oracle, so no, I do not.
I believe that this goal, this dream that you both share, going about it in two very different ways. And yet, I can see it in a way that it could be fulfilled. You yourself say that you tried to drown her out, and yet it somehow strengthens her. It strengthens her resolve to push forward. Perhaps, instead of seeing her as a burden, see her as someone who is a guiding light. You inspire each other, if you think about it. You hate her, you try to drown her out, you try to dissuade her. And yet, for her, she looks up to you. She sees the words and deeds you throw at her. And it only strengthens her resolve. You are paired.
She saw me as a test. And one that she annoyingly passed in every sense of the term. And yet to say that her dream isn't silly would require me to admit that I was wrong for even trying. It would require me to admit that my approach is wrong. It would require me to take responsibility for what I've done. Her dream may only yet live because she doesn't know that the one who tried to send her away from it was the very disciple of the Nine-Tailed Terror. That knowledge could actually destroy such a pure heart. And if not that, just the fact that she tries to carry a title that is so hated among many of the people here. I fear by her knowing where the one that she believes exists makes their home, that she could do something incredibly foolish. I try to make her way here Because she sees the path forward. Through the others. Through the outsiders.
Could it work, though, Miko? Could she attain that goal? Could she bring that dream to life?
She tried. By sending one that I...
Sounds to me...
unilaterally decided deserved to be put at the sword.
And yet, from what I am hearing, she is liable to try again and again.
I fear
she
that
wants to attain this dream.
I fear that she, with how few hold any love for oracles, no matter what they say about themselves, what people like Cain, who saw past their inability to admit that their eyes have been closed for many years now, that she would be finding herself in danger here. I don't know if I can protect her if she were to come here. Because
not without revealing yourself, perhaps.
I'd have to reveal myself. I'd have to answer for what I'd done.
Then what if you didn't?
And I would have to admit...
What if you didn't?
I'd be happier if I didn't see her again. If she came here, I feel like I'd be too ashamed to let her lay eyes on a person that never existed. And yet I fear, just from the way she worded her letter, that such a thing is inevitable. That her dream that can't be extinguished by even the darkest shadow will lead her to a place that could very well turn into her grave. Where her dream attempted to be reignited, buried right next to it, a sign of her hubris.
Answer me this, Miko. If she did come down, would you kill her? Or would you do everything in your power to protect her without revealing yourself?
In protecting her, I would be killing her in a way that is worse than dying.
Why? Because then she goes down the path of serenity, is it not?
She too would be stricken from history. Or worse.
You don't want that, do you?
She would learn more than she should. Even more. Beyond the point that she should have. And perhaps she sees who her precious Esme really was. And that destroys her. If she knew, if she somehow learned what Esme was, what the dozens upon dozens of me are, that could be the point where her dream truly begins to crack. Because who could ever be
You could always tell her that she moved on.
If she sees me, she will know me for who I am. Or at least who I am to her.
But she will not see the real you.
And that is why I feel like I am leading her on a path of destruction. By every attempt to try to stop her, she only keeps chasing it further and further. Chasing me. And not the only way to stop her.
Have you ever considered?
Is to
Have you
kill
ever
her without
considered
killing her.
that maybe she wants you?
To die a death that is not true. And yet I want her to succeed.
How would you do that?
And there lies the problem. I am a dreamer with no foresight. I am a planner with no wisdom. I know much, and yet I know nothing. She is my opposite. She is a dreamer.
She is.
With plans. With wisdom that I despise her for.
And yet you can't help but admire it.
Because it reminds me of what I once felt like. Before the ink stained me.
Do you remember what I told you?
Before Lotus ceased to be. Lotus was her equal. One who saw the good in the world. Who wanted the best. And sought to build that path through kindness. Lotus is dead. They drowned in a sea of blackest waters.
I don't believe that. I told you when you showed yourself to me that you, the person I see, is still there, deep down. I still see them there, Miko. Whether or not you can, well, maybe you just forgotten what that looks like. But I still believe that they're there. Deep down. Here. And in here. They're still there. Waiting. Quietly guiding you. You say that you don't have a plan. You don't have the knowledge. But I think you do. In fact, I believe you do. You wouldn't have gotten this far without it.
You'd be surprised how many people can fumble around with their eyes closed, flailing about. So many people in power in the Empire do it on a daily basis. And yet they somehow still hold
I know.
the ability to rule.
But I don't see them like I see you.
that only makes me fear that I have stained you. That I have
No.
tainted your way of thinking into believing that what I have done is remotely
Then you
acceptable.
don't. No. There is no tainting. It is the way I see things, Miko. I've told you this time and time again. It is just how I am. To see people, to understand them. That is what I try to do. I may not understand you fully,
Doesn't that get
but
tiring?
I feel that
Putting so much of yourself into understanding others. When
that is
they
the way
are
of the drow, my friend.
seeking puzzle upon puzzle until every thought in your head
Do you
royals.
Do you remember what I told you about them? About the drow? We are a people that want to see others happy. We are a people that care about life. We nurture the land. You are a part of that, too. Whether you see it or not, you are still part of this world, Miko. And even for someone like me, someone who has been cast out of what I have,
That's right there is what
You're
you should
still
be
part of
calling
this world.
beautiful. Look at the things that that hand can grow, can nurture.
it doesn't more have to just be a flower, Miko. Granted, the magic itself could only work on plants. The hand itself could help grow a person. And I've offered my hand to you. And I will always offer it to you. So long as you wish to take it.
This
I
must
told you before, I will stand by you.
This must be what Grace felt towards me, isn't it?
Maybe. I do not know. I could not
You
speak for
terrible, mean, beautiful, spiteful, awful, wonderful person that you are.
And yet here I am, not running away. Extending my hand further. Wishing to be by your side.
That's why I hate you. Because you will not leave me be.
Do you want me to leave, though? Is that what you truly desire of me?
I could tell you a lie and say yes, but you seem to be very good at reading me.
I have come to know you, Miko. I've come to know this person in front of me. Never did I believe that I could fall Someone like you.
What?
You are someone, as I said, who is near and dear to my heart. You are a dear friend.
Right. That's what you meant by that.
Hmm. You know, it has dawned on me that I never truly introduced myself to you.
To be fair,
I don't believe I ever have.
To be fair, it is somewhat mutual.
But as you've shared part of you, it's only fair I return the favor, is it not?
You are so unfair, you know that, right?
Lotea Gieneth Nin, daughter of Anrir and Celica, my governor, Miko.
Really?
What? Hmm.
Fate really does have a cruel sense of humor sometimes, doesn't it?
What do you mean?
Your father has quite the studies on what plants should be avoided out in the wild for the numerous ways that they could cause someone all kinds of injury, all kinds of suffering.
So you have read some of his writing.
It's one of the most comprehensive tomes out there. No one else has ever dared to go into so much detail over something so hurtful.
Father always did pride himself in his work.
It has been a bit of a good reference material for knowing what I could make use of in a region. And now here I am talking to that individual starter.
One of his daughters.
Still. Of all the things, of all the coincidences, that's just mean.
And you just happen to find the daughter. That rose thing. And makes things bloom. What a coincidence indeed.
You are painfully like her. You possess a gift that should be celebrated. And yet if people knew of it, they would scorn you. You, the gift of life. Her, the gift of compassion. One magic, one an ideal, and yet both equally looked down upon because they are not ideal for the world that seeks to maintain itself. Maybe that's why I grew unconsciously close to you before I realized how many mistakes I was making. How many I continue to make. In hopes that maybe I could keep at least one from going down a path that would destroy them in the pursuit of the unattainable. Or perhaps it is attainable, and the one holding it back is me. Who really knows? I just pray with all my heart that...
together.
What would you have me do? Continue to lead them on with a mask that has long since been discarded? Encourage them?
You could always bear a new mask.
I'm tired of wearing
Even
masks.
now, I have...
And yet, they are what suits me.
Because it's all you knew.
Precisely.
I don't know the answer, Go. To say that I do would be to be saying a lie. I don't know.
She is not an oracle. Because what she defines as an oracle would never be accepted without radical change. Just as I am not a good person, because the definition of what could even attempt to make me good would never be accepted by the majority. And
I would accept it, though.
And right now, you are my Esme as I was to her. Which is infuriating.
But I cannot be Esme, Miko.
You shouldn't. She was kind of a jerk.
No. I am simply Lotea.
Tomorrow, if you can peel yourself away from your adoring entourage for but a bit, I'd like to show you that letter. I'd like to
I would
see
be happy to read it with you.
if there's yet a way that both our dreams could be achieved. Because if there's anybody who deserves to
I
see their
believe in-
dreams come to fruition, it is not me, but her.
And I believe you both deserve to see them. Mm. Miko.
Perhaps you can decide after you see it for yourself.
Will you have me walk by your side?
Against every scarred and scared part of me. Yes, I would. Starting with out of this loft. I fear people
As
will
you
believe
wish.
that I've kidnapped you at this rate.
In a way.
You are ridiculous.
Just a little bit.
You never know what dangerous things could be out in the streets at this hour. So it was only proper for a loving friend to walk their close one home.
Of course. And I very much enjoy your company. Now the question is, are they still in my house, or did they leave?
You left people in your house.
I did. Poor Natalie was having a... well, let's just say there is something happening to her. She's terrified.
Nothing I imagined that I would have any remote idea how to help with. For all the wisdom that I purport to carry. Dealing with people is probably the biggest mystery of all for me. But perhaps I
Even
would
for
at
me,
least
I
have
didn't
a
know.
reference point.
Hmm.
You don't live for over a millennia and not learn things.
Indeed. And I'm barely cresting my first century. We're not even close to that yet.
Ah. So you're still yet a newborn babe in this world compared to me. And you will always be.
490 is mine.
A bit of a rude jest on my part. I shouldn't have said that.
You are perfectly fine, Miko.
I should do one last check in the tavern before retiring for the day.
They're pretty much lost. I mean, if they're bleeding like that already, and they're not seen to, I mean, depends on what
While
their
you do
bounce
that,
was.
I think I'm going to
They
go
were
check on
dead or
Iceland.
alive.
Well, she is right over there.
Unless you would like me to join you.
I mean, if they're
No.
I could also come join you if you would like.
I reserved your time tomorrow.
Leads me to believe that, well,
Poor Iceheart
As
is...
you wish.
because they didn't leave the body
quite lonely looking on that cliff.
Then I'll go and make it less lonely.
They're probably alive at least.
And I will bid you a pleasant night.
They
if
probably
you
want to
stay
keep them
there.
alive. They probably would have.
To you as well.
Time to get the good measure to keep them weak, wrap them up,
I mean,
and heal them
someone like
afterwards.
you or you might be able to find them, but someone like me, a regular folk, wouldn't be able to find them. But someone like you or you, better eyes as a tribe.
Would any of you like to play Uno? It's a game from the United Nations.
Oh no.
Oh no.
He doesn't have a bad idea. I suppose. I'm like trying to
Who are you
think.
looking for?
Me? No one. Was actually looking for food if possible.
I've been like hogging this like whole front counter to myself.
And I came
Sorry.
to see if you had everything under control here, but it looks like there's not a very active
Miss Miko.
night.
I found you finally.
It's
And like that,
Wow.
I feel myself being stolen away once again.
Sorry.
Hi, pretty girl. Is
I
that
will
a
try to
problem?
return her later.
What?
That's quite alright. I'm just giving you a hard time.
I'm lost.
So am I. I'm gonna leave before she decides to elaborate on what she meant by that.
Dripping.
What would they call
I don't think it makes any sense though to wear sunglasses.
You finish that statement, I'm gonna throw you out. You were looking for me?
Yeah, I was looking to
I've been better.
maybe have a brief conversation.
Is it ever brief when it's you?
Is the tavern open?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Fair enough.
Well, I am currently uncalled for, so if you are looking for
Let's go see if they got an empty jug or something up
the secrets of the world or whatever it is, I'm sure that I have time.
I've got one of those bowls. One of those bowls that they've got at the.
Well, you never know.
What's it?
Maybe
I
I'm
think it's
wise
made from
beyond my
plastic or something?
years.
I don't know. It did have cereal in it.
Or maybe I'm just really good at
It's gonna take half this
Or maybe
bottle.
I'm just really good at sounding smart when I'm not. Who knows? I take it the usual place will suffice.
Yeah. It's quite
Well, I will take that as a compliment then.
It was intended as one.
Well, good, then we're on the same page. So, what has my dear acquaintance thinking about today?
A lot of stuff, actually.
Really?
Today is quite a busy day.
You're telling me.
You were pulled in all directions.
Yes and no. Not all of it was because I was being hoisted away for long, heartfelt conversations. Some of it was by personal need to get away from people for a bit.
I've seen you, well, when we were going to my friend because there was an emergency. You were quite upset, I would say.
Perhaps I was. But I look quite fine now, don't I? Well, that's because somebody doesn't realize. Somebody isn't very good at keeping their intrusive thoughts to themselves.
Oh. Noted.
I heard what she said. I don't exactly like baseless rumors being put out around me and people that I choose to keep my company around.
Baseless rumors, you don't help anybody.
They are merely a friend.
Did you like my letter that I sent you? Sorry, it was a bit silly, but...
Well, the quote had me a bit intrigued. Granted, that it pretty much looked like it was the basis of it. I'm assuming that you wished to explain what you meant by it.
I can, of course, if you wish to hear that.
Well, you have quite the way of words, so... Consider me intrigued.
Well, I myself, a little bit prehistory. I myself, always loved, actually, all my life, books and story. Like reading and stuff. Also, I liked picking something from those books and interpreting into a meaning that can apply to multiple situations but will be true anyways.
I see.
That's what I call quotes. Let's say my favorite.
Yes.
One of them is what I sent to you. A truth is not hard to kill. A lie told well is immortal. I like this one in particular because, at least in our side, it is the most true words that can ever be said.
I can't help but wonder how that applies to our recent long-form discussions, though.
It applies to Empire, oracles. A truth is not hard to kill. A lie to dwell is immortal, doesn't it?
I see. Oh, you would certainly be right in that regard. At one point in time, the oracles did have their means to see and divine the future. They took this as a means to ensure that everything happened according to the plan already laid out by the tapestry they call fate. And yet, what is the future but one of many infinite possibilities? What if, looking at it at two different times, trying to look upon the same point, two people saw different things? Which one would be the truth? Nobody would know, because they only look at the first one. and they took it as destiny. Yet they could have done so much more with that. They could have used it, not as a plan, but as a guide for what their current course could take them. To try to guide everyone that they led to not a future, but an ideal one. One where the outcomes were best. Perhaps in a way, their eyes going blind is but a form of karma for not using their position, their gift, in a way that benefited all.
Ironic.
But a few.
If the ones who are supposed to see everything
And
in the future are going blind.
And yet, there were some that chose to look at it differently. But if you would ever look in any form of written history, you would never find a single mention of those people. Do you want to know why?
I have my guesses, but I would like to hear from.
Because those who choose to go against the idea that the future is absolute and must be used as a plan for how people must be are stricken from the record. People like the Oracle known as Serenity, their name lost to all but those who carry the knowledge within their own minds, now known as the Northern Disaster, because their will to question led to the first and largest schism the Oracles ever knew, because for once somebody decided to question if fate was absolute, and what the role of an Oracle really should be. Thinking like that, having dreams like that, means that you are to be erased, forgotten about. And yet, they aren't forgotten. I remember, and I know I'm not the only one.
Those who control past control the future. Those who control present control the past.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And now you see why the illusion that the Oracles still have their sway over fate exists. Because they have entrenched their power to dictate what happens now, what people know about what happened before, and can position themselves in such a way that they can claim that they always knew what was coming before them. And that is why the way that they are is inherently something that I could never support. The only way I could ever support what they had the ability to do was if they had looked upon themselves not as pillars of absolute authority over what must be, but guides and shepherds towards a path that benefits more. But sadly, that is not a path that most of them would want, because that would require relinquishing absolute control. It would require them to admit
And no one wants to do that.
that the future can be changed. It is why people like the Black Lotus existed, because they chose to question that same thing. Their methods, some would look down upon, and yet they are not stricken from history, because there are too many that heard, their deeds numerous and many, that the legend can never be buried, no matter how hard the Empire tries. And that is why I find them
In a
so
way,
fascinating.
Legend of Black Lotus, their legacy is immortal now. No one will ever forget them.
Exactly.
And as someone once said, as far as even one person remembers you, you're still alive.
Precisely. And yet, who is to say that this figure, this Black Lotus, and the Northern Disaster didn't have a similar dream in a sense? They didn't have that an oracle and the bane of the Empire itself could agree on something. That fate isn't absolute, that futures could be changed, and that if people just tried, they could see that the only thing that really truly defines the future is what people choose to do with the now.
I can agree with that.
And yet, no one would ever believe such a thing. Not those who, at least not those who aren't willing to challenge the idea of normal. Anyone who knows the story knows that there was almost nobody feared more in the Empire than the Black Lotus, only short of that of the Nine-Tailed Terror. Of course, that is because the way the stories go, that person was the one who raised who would become the Black Lotus. So it only suits that they would be fearful of what created such a terrible beast. And yet...
Terrible, terrible beast in the eyes of Empire, but fascinating.
In the eyes of those who...
almost godlike
don't want to question. And that is why I think you would be one of the few people that would believe such a notion. That in under other circumstances that there could be ones that could have been uplifted, supported. After all, if there was an oracle willing to stand by their beliefs enough to the point that a schism forms, they are truly a remarkable person. And in this world, the only way you get stricken from the records of history and time itself are if you did something so remarkable that it could change the perception of what is. And it was only due to their position. And it was only due to their position that they were able to be successfully erased. Because there were enough wanting to believe that an oracle couldn't be capable of such things. That they were not a true oracle, they were a pretender. Somebody trying to besmirch the good name of those who guide. But what guiding are they really doing? They are... To guide would to imply that they are leaving the final decision to those who are being guided.
Good intention.
But no. They have a manacle around their wrist with a heavy metal chain being dragged forward to the future that has already been told for them. That is why there are many here that would look down upon the oracles, because they are the victims of what that kind of guidance leads. And yet at the same time, if they were to be faced with one who has fought against it, like that of figures of legend, there would be many who would be afraid to reach out, try to know them, know their reasons. Because to challenge what is known requires giving up on holding on to the things that keep your ground stable. So in a sense, I can see why Miss Vixen was so worried about you being interested in this topic in the first place. Because even if you are not of this world, to know it and then to question it could just as quickly make the ground beneath you as unstable as those who have lived upon it for many, many years. And yet you keep coming back to me for more. It is quite entertaining.
I'm sorry. I'm just incredibly fascinated by this.
Now,
Yeah,
Miss
in general.
Anastasia.
And you're good at talking.
Don't apologize when you don't mean it. If you were sorry, you wouldn't be coming back. Still.
Also, you might be interested in I don't know if you know that, but today I discovered that there is actually, I don't know who, but I was told there are 2 oracles in this town right now.
Well, I know of one, or at least one who had gone through it but decided against it. But 2?
And one is coming. So about 3 oracles in total will be here.
One is coming. Did they have a name?
I of course, I don't know any names of any oracles. I just know that information. And of course, I cannot tell you who told me that. I promised. But at least I can tell you that information. And I keep my word.
You
if I promise something.
You are certainly cruel telling me these things and leaving me just short of enough information that I cannot ponder upon it as much as I'd like to, or ask the people that I would like to in order to. You've been taking notes from me, haven't you? You're taking a page out of my book.
Maybe.
I'm the one who's supposed to give just enough information to be enticing and leave you wanting for more.
I'm a quick learner.
As I have unfortunately found out. Very well. I suppose if this is all that I get to know about the subject, that I will have to do what I do best and listen.
I will try to listen myself to know more about this subject. I see you're very interested in it.
And as for you, I suppose you will just have to keep playing this game of looking for more and getting bit by bit closer to whatever it is that you seek in your own unique way.
I will definitely do that.
It is a very interesting game to be watching from the outside, I will say. Granted, I guess it's not really outside, given that it's always been happening inside the confines of my home. And yet I'm very interested to see where it goes.
And I'm very thankful for your help in even leading me to that path of finding certain someone.
Don't thank me yet. Thank me when you find something that is fruitful, more than just stories.
Well, in any case, if I found, or if I don't, without you, I wouldn't be able to do that.
Fair enough. I suppose I can take credit where at least a little bit is due. Either way. I suppose I will next get to see you on your next day off. I hope that you enjoy the hunt for answers.
Say again?
I hope you enjoy the hunt for answers.
Oh yes, I really enjoy that.
Have a good night.
A good night, Miss Miko.
Looks like I will have to start that game. It's about time you were let in.